Looks like it's going to be a slow start to this one with no one in quite yet. But that's okay, because this is the big one. This is the 12 hours of Typhus, sort of a challenge stream. It's really more about showing what you can get done with a weekend free to paint than any kind of hype challenge. But since it's a slow start, before we get right into the painting of Typhus, just gonna sit down and set some goals and rules for the 12-hour stream. So we're looking to paint up the pre-heresy Typhus or Typhon. This is the resin Forge World model. Just looking to get as much done as I can in one session. So normally on the channel, sort of painting the big model across the course of a month or so, or a few weeks, which isn't most people's process. So looking to show that we can get quite a bit done with just a weekend free on one character model. So sort of the goals for today, and we're going to jot these down to refer back to throughout the stream. Goals. Number 1 isn't going to be to get this done in 12 hours, it's going to be get as much done as possible in 12 hours. Oh, that's over. So what I mean by that is it's okay if we don't get it done too. As with all the painting we do here on the channel, and especially for everyone else painting at home with just a weekend free to get stuff done, it's okay if it doesn't get done. It's about the journey, it's about enjoying sitting down for your weekend with a paintbrush and getting into it. It's about enjoying the process. So if we don't get it done, it's okay too, but I'd love to get it done to show that you can get a character done with a free day on your weekend. But we're not setting the tone of this is a punishment challenge, I've got to get it done, I've got to lock in for 12 hours. It's all about what you can do with a free day of hobbying. Number 2 is exactly that, just to show what hobby progress you can make in a free weekend. This one's important to me, showing that you can make big progress in a weekend, because I've spent the past month and a half working on the gash, showing that it takes a long time to paint a single model, and I want to flip that on its head and also show that you can jump in with what small amount of time you have and get involved in this hobby. And then the last goal is to have fun and enjoy the process. That is the most important thing. We don't do this hobby to stress ourselves out, we do it to relax and enjoy. So this one's a big one. And then a couple rules for me. It's going to start out on exactly the same tone. Number one, have fun. And enjoy the process. Even if this is a 12-hour challenge, if you guys don't see me having fun and enjoying the process, then I'm not really relaying the correct message about what the hobby's about. What I'm saying here is this challenge today should not be at the expense of my hobby, my enjoyment, and you guys, even if you've got a game coming up and you've got to get something done, you shouldn't feel that pressure either. It's that relax and paint. So if Typhus doesn't get done today, that's okay too. It's how far can we get? And then more relevant to it being a challenge, we want to see all progress happen on screen. So all I've done is primed, and I've just sort of done a zenithal highlight with the primal. Everything else is happening on stream with just a few breaks in between. At some point I'll grab dinner like I normally do on here. So a few breaks here and there for food, water, drinks, that sort of thing. But all progress happens here. If we don't get done today, we'll jump back in tomorrow for Mini Monday and finish up whatever's left. To which point, rule number 3, all progress counts. So, even if it's not finished. So I'm also not trying to sell the message that if you didn't get your minis painted in the weekend that you got free, that you failed. There's no failure here. It's all about painting for the sake of painting. That's where I'm at. So as we get more people drop in today, we can refer back to the Bible that we've just created. That said, what have I done pre-stream? All I've really done is a quick prime. I primed the darker brown underneath and a lighter cream or tan on top, just to give myself that guide. And then for the base, the same sort of thing. This one I've just sort of done the zenithal, the black at the bottom. I did actually spray in a bit of green blue, and then the same colour as on Typhus to tie it in. So it's just a very messy prime. None of this is going to be seen on the final product. It's just giving myself a guide. And then the other thing that I'm going to do today is, at the interval of each hour, as we hit ad break, I've got the light box set up behind me, and we're going to get a an hourly progress shot on the model, and we can stitch that together for a short later on. Hopefully document what can get done in... Hey, Combat Wombats, what's going on, dude? How's your weekend? Good to see you. We're on the big one. Not much, good. Just getting started. Sorta just outlined some rules and goals, dude, but haven't started painting yet. We're just primed. So you're here from the start, from the drop. Big stream for a little man. I'm hoping we can paint this guy to a pretty high standard in 12 hours. I'm hoping we can make him beautiful. But we'll see how far we get. I'm gonna start just doing all of the joins in the armor in black. So we're gonna start recess and work out. So we'll do all the blacks, and then we'll start to recess shade the armor itself and work our way out. If you missed it, Combat Wombats, I was just sort of establishing a stream, saying that the goal isn't big punishment challenge 12-hour stream, it's more of a celebration of what you can get done with a weekend free. So if we don't get Typhus done here today, that's fine too. But I'd love to get him done to show that it doesn't have to be the month and a half long projects that I've been doing. No 180-hour marathon. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think 12 hours is gonna knock me around enough. In my 30s now, you know, reached that unk status. Me being me too, we're gonna go probably more higher saturation. It's only a couple of hours overtime. Yeah, one or two hours of overtime. Maybe there's a world in which we get this done early. Knowing the way I paint, I don't know if that's gonna happen. I imagine I'll need the full 12. We'll see how we go. Everyone tells you middle age don't start till 50. Yeah, I want to hear that. I want to hear I'm still 20 years off it. I'll take that. being particularly messy here with the black, because when I recess shade, we're not going to use shade paint or wash. We're actually going to come in and, hey Bladesmith, what's going on? How's your week been? Yeah, I'm not going to wash, we're actually going to come in with a darker brown and set a shade tone. None of this prime that you're seeing is going to really make it through to the final result. It's just primal. It's just a zenithal prime. Just to give a bit of a guide of where light should be. Help me out a little bit. Going good? Yeah, I'm doing good. Getting into the big one, the 12 hour. Breaking it up, and the gash still isn't done, but just breaking it up for the weekend, trying to do something different. Trying to show this time how much you can achieve in just a weekend free, rather than big old slog that the gash has been. So, kinda looking forward to today. Should be fun. It's weird to be painting a model that's not sub-assembled though. Haven't done that in a minute. Well, I mean, I guess I haven't glued into the base, so it's sort of sub-assembled. Still got the base over here. So yeah, I think I'm going to actually shade down deep in something like a Mournfang brand. Because generally your pre-heresy Death Guard is depicted much more white than your Pallid Hand Death Guard. But I think I want that warmth and saturation in the model, so I'm going to break from box art yet again. Try and go some really warm brands up to some creams. You never paint minis on bases? I've noticed that in your progress pics. Sometimes I do for rank and file, a lot of the time not. Most of the time I'll just glue down to a spare base like this to work on it. Your latest Star Tree Boy's looking good too. I like the bit more contrast of the black and the red against the white. Very nice. Working on Tree Boy number 2. Nice. Have you made the move since I spoke to you last? Out of the hills? Change this headset up. It's better. I had noise cancelling on and it felt like I was in a vacuum. Headset's the one thing that worries me today about the 12-hour stream, is I generally run it wireless over battery. It will probably die at some point towards the end, but I've got cables set up here ready to go when it does, and we'll make the switch. I like to finish the bases before you put them in, but it might just be how you've done. Yeah, you've always done technical painting track on bases. I generally find it's the right way to, especially for my nights. I do the sort of Space Hulk decking bases. There's no way that I'm painting on top of that. The only time is if you're doing something with a really, I guess, muddy base and you want to bring that mud up and around the model. But even then, you can paint separate, glue it down, and then work it up. I would agree, very rarely I paint on the final base. Planning to do a white stone coverage. Ooh, okay, cool. Cool, that'll be interesting. Sort of marbly stone. Moved into the van park last Monday in Perth, nice. So you're more central in Perth now, huh? Don't know that. Yeah, there's not a lot of van parks that do permanent anymore, huh? Sort of discouraged, especially in inner city van parks. Your wedding planning, you've got a container each of white and black pebbles, the size that ends up. Oh yeah, yep. Fish tank rubble, cool. Really interesting about this prime is the black is really pulling away. Even though it's not a wash, it's behaving like a wash, so I'm a little bit concerned for how painting this is gonna go. This prime is waxy like that. Was primed through the airbrush. Slowly phasing rattle cans out of my life. That may be a mistake. The whites with the red bushes, yeah, right, like the red gamer's grass bushes. That'll be cool. Very high contrast. Seems early to be hitting a hairdryer, but this is not setting up the way I'd like it to. I spoke still muted, just for you. Just for you, Combat Wombats. Maybe we should have had a canter in the top corner. Times I forgot to unmute across 12 hours. How many can I rack up? Give me a shout too if the model's ever not in frame or if I need to zoom in more, because we've been doing much bigger models on the channel here than this. So, could be more of a learning experience for me, painting a normal size marine. Need an unmute action with the paint drops, dude. That actually, yes, that will get added. That's a fantastic idea. That should definitely happen, and it should definitely be the cheapest paint drop option. Reminding me to unmute. Love it. And check it out, there's these joins right here that I've totally ignored. You'll probably troll me with it, fair enough. It's probably what I deserve to be trolled over. Not 5 happy accidents. Oh hey, the happy accidents today with Typhus, you know, this is a model that wants to see weathering. This is a great stream for them. Especially towards the end. I think the happy accidents today could determine how pre-heresy or how 40k Typhus is, really. This one being a little lower stakes too, I'll try to involve chat in some of the decisions on the palette. You'll do them all at 11:30. Right when I'm brain dead, huh? Have me cracking another can of energy drink right at the end so I never sleep. Expect value for your paint drops. Change it up a bit here, Combat Wombats, while it's quiet in chat. Do you use a wet palette at all? kinda wanna find out people's feedback on their what palettes they're using, sort of. Okay. So I've used a number of the commercially available wet palettes over the years, and sort of had my issues with all of them. And we're currently running a very, very simple 3D print. It's just a flat square with palette pad in, and it's my favourite so far. But there's improvements I want to make. The container with a sponge with some baking paper on top. Okay, cool. So the homemade, largely painted out of the pot. Cool. Yeah, so this print here is set up to run the refills from the army painter, because I've experimented with the same with sponge and baking paper and stuff. And for me, using something that takes the refills from the army painter is great, just because it means I'm not cutting to size baking paper every time. The sponge is consistent. It's the same result every time. So I like using the army painter's refills, but I'm not a huge fan of their palette. I find it bulky with the double lid that's supposed to have the compartment to hold brushes and stuff. I actually glued that down. And then the other palette I loved was the Gamer's Grass one. I liked that it had the seal and you didn't necessarily have to put the elastic strap on to get it to seal up. I found the footprint was a little big, and the thing that bugged me most was I could never get refills for the Gamer's Grass one. So that's our blacks. Then into a recess shade, which we're going to be a bit weird, and we're going to make that just a pretty much unthinned Morphang brown for the deepest shade. Anyway, where I'm going with this is, so this is a 3D print. I think I'm gonna try and learn a little bit with the 3D modeling blender or something. Because even this, I'm not fully happy, fully pleased. There's improvements I want to make. Like that elastic strap idea they all seem to use, that pretty much immediately gets lost for me. And I never ever use it, but that also means I never fully seal. So I think I want this with magnets in the corners, because you can actually see that these corners are dead. So you could have a 3mm magnet in here, so that when you walk away, you can just drop lid and not worry about setting it. And then also a lip on the lid, because this I kind of got to stick my fingers in and lift. I'd love to have a lip at the bottom that I stick this finger on, and a lip here and just peel up. I don't know, there's a couple little changes that I want to model in a wet palette. Never found one that I truly love off the shelf. Might have a look around Amazon or something and see if there's cheaper than the Army Painter refills that are readily available to order every time, and size it to whatever the most available refill I can find is. A cheapskate, mainly use yours is for thinning or wet blending. Yeah. And it's definitely running refills, you know, putting the pads in, costs money over time. Which is, yeah, if I can find refills that aren't necessarily Army Painter, something cheap, design a nice printable palette with that magnet closing lid, would be my ideal. Off of dropper paint pots, yeah, definitely. You can't paint straight out of the pot with your droppers. Right, we're gonna hit the Morphing Brown, and we're gonna go heavy with this because this is the colour I'm gonna build up from for the rest of the armour. What did I do with the image of Typhus there? So it is overwhelmingly cream armour on Typhus here. So let's get some heavy shade going. What we're going to use is we're going to lay a fair bit of this down on the palette. I'm going to use an older brush just so I'm not worrying about the paint getting up into the ferrule there. Mostly out of the GW pots, convenient, safe wastage. When you pack up sooner than expected, yep. And that definitely makes sense. I see you painting on the go, which is something with the way I paint I'm just not capable of. Definitely would give you the freedom to paint on the go and in more situations. Alright, this is going to be possibly an hour or so of this 12-hour stream, just hitting all the recesses. We're going to be a lot heavier with this towards the bottom of the model. Again, a little bit messy, not too stressed because we're going to layer and highlight up from here. Potentially even have just primed the whole model in this colour and worked up. That may have been a faster option. Probably was the faster option. Really being heavy with it down here. Stuff like trim, if we run over onto the top of the trim, no problem. That's going to get painted in a bronze later on anyway. We'll end up glazing some of this colour in too, just focusing on the recesses for this step. Gonna hit the studs as well. Why does taking the photo close the stream? What do you mean by that, taking a photo? Oh, on your phone? Ah. That's interesting. Give me a second, I'll check out your setup. This is the first place I'm actually being a little bit tidier around the black that we've already established. Like YouTube pause and resumes after the camera closes. I think phones do tend to give camera high priority power. I'd say it's a power management thing. I find most things will close for camera too. Music as well. Maybe it's not power, maybe it's video, that kind of thing? I don't know. Video doesn't record music and calls and stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Doesn't turn your whole phone into a capture device. But no worries, dude. Catch you soon. Touched some of the black that was already done there. Actually armor color. It's not where it started, not a leather belt. the second leg. Shade all the way under the bottom of this foot. This heel, more of a glaze consistency. Intended not to. these aren't patches, these are attached to the cables here. Something mechanical. Just got an ad about to start, we're going to pause there, change out this water, grab myself a glass of water. Be back. Alright, we should be back in from that ad break there. What I've just done during the ad, I've got the light box set up behind me right here. With this one, once an hour, every hour, I'm gonna get a little 10-second clip, 12-second clip, the 12 12 hours of Typhus around the model, try and get that hourly progress shot to clip together later on, stitch together later on. So that's gonna be part of the ad breaks, hourly ad breaks for this one. We'll see how easy and sustainable doing that is while still changing out paint water and grabbing a drink, going to the bathroom. Could become a mainstay of the streams to get progress shots. This isn't one to experiment on though. So back into that recess shade. I figure today I can spend about half our time on this armour, 5 to 6 hours on the armour, and then bang into the rest of the details after that. Because really, the armour is the overwhelming feature on this model. I'd like to make it pop with a fair bit of contrast. It's a harder thing to do with whites, to make that white feel dynamic and not just bright white, so that's the goal. This section here will be armor coloured. Those tanks to be armor coloured is the question. Looks like box art opts for copper. There's got to be contrast on here somewhere, so we might follow that, copper or steel. So obviously I'm dropping a lot of shade. We are at that first step. All this will layer and highlight back up. Now I'm just trying to messily drop into recesses. The hardest things to reach. And I can work back up from there. This is kind of actually all recess, even though it's the top of the model. So these top pads will be green. Not much. We stick to box art, it's still Death Guard. The pads underneath. Gonna get that creamer treatment. That one made it past. No paintbrush has touched this yet. What looks like a paintbrush bristle. Right here. Oh, maybe because it's resin, it was an extremely fine bit of flash. I don't know how it would be a bristle. Actually, all of this is metallic or mechanical. This is definitely one of those over-sculpted, high detail models that kind of dictates what the painter can achieve, rather than leaving a nice wide open space to play with. There's a lot going on here. Liked about Nagash being an older model is though it's a nice detailed model. It's a lot of space to have fun with. then down below, now that the actual recesses are dropped in, we can work in more of that shade. As a glaze so that we're brightest towards the top of the model. Shade like in a leg. Yeah. Now I've made an absolute mess of the model with the shade. We'll start to clean up those blacks first, and then we'll work our way back up. So all we've done so far, start to create depth and a guide for where light might be. A little bit of brush care. Take a moment to praise the brush. Alright, here's what's wild is I haven't even planned what we're gonna do for the creams here. I knew I wanted the warm undertone of morphing. Are we gonna go Citadel or into the Army Painter stuff? I'm gonna lose the warmth as soon as we hit creams. Just like a Zandri Dust, Ushati Bone. Yeah, it might be a Citadel kind of day. Zandri Dust, Ushati Bone, Baneblade Burn? No. Maybe? Wraithbone at the highest, but we want some Screaming Skull in there if that pot's not dry and crusty. Or instead of Screaming Skull or Wraithbone, get Air Paint. Typhus, which is in the name for Typhus, very appropriate. We'll see how we go up from Typhus. Maybe that's when we start to lose the warmer tone of the Zandri Dust and all that. Might hit like a Skeleton Bone, Pale Sand, and Army Painter at that point, but at that point we'll see what the model's looking like and reassess from there. Actually going to switch out to a bigger brush, to size 2 now. Let's hit some Zandri Dust. Feels correct. I'm just going to start working up higher and higher out of the recesses. Working my way back with the previous colour as well here. Something rough blend. Just under 2 hours. Drink some water. Appreciate you, combat wombats. Also not trying to smash it all in one hit, but I got the classic goth girl can of Monster going, the white monster. Trying to pace myself on the caffeine though. You love that flavour? Yeah. Yeah, it's a banger. I picked up a 4-pack for this stream. Fingers crossed I can get through it and only drink 2. We'll see how we go. Lots of water helps with long days, yeah. Absolutely. Hydrate, flush out the bad stuff. Especially most of the time up here when it's hot as hell. We have the coolest day today. Actually, we had a fire around the pool last night with the neighbours. It was cool enough to actually get the fire going, which is always nice. Had a hoodie on this morning. We are starting to hit reasonable weather. That said, had a hoodie on, checked the temperature and it was still 20 degrees Celsius, so it's cold for me. I'm a wuss. It's under 20, I'm a chilly. It's under 22 really. I'm cold. Humidity and wind makes the cold worse as well. Yeah. So this leg's seeing mostly primer and shade versus this leg. Starting to actually shape something. So yeah, although the rest of the model looks somewhat like it's in the right colour tone and stuff, it is just primer. work our way up past that quite a bit. None of that primer will actually make its way to the finished result. Send some cold because you really need it. You get in the warm weather still. Dude, I really hope we're into our dry season. We start to see the rain drop off, though we still had a couple rainy days this week that made it hot. Really hope we have a lot more days like this for at least a few weeks. Until the end of the year or so. Yeah, right. A long haul of heat. So it's the middle of the year for us that starts to get cooler. And then usually November through, I feel like it's supposed to be November through late March is hot as hell, but it's even longer than that lately. Supposed to be hitting a good period now, and hopefully that actually is true. Rain don't stop till July some years. Yeah, I know. No, I want an early dry season. Yesterday was excellent. It was kind of cool enough in the middle of the day to be outside and no rain, so I finally got the, because my garage isn't big enough really to work on the car while it's in the garage, it's got to be pulled out into the driveway. I finally got the Bluetooth module for my exhaust installed. So it's the whole smart box. Hooks into the OBD-I2 port, so I can set it different exhaust tone based on revs and speed and all that. So I've set it up so when I'm sitting at the lights it's not total cop bait when it's just idling. Got the GPS module installed. That was a pain to run the cable for, but we got there. So when I pull into my own neighbourhood, she closes down and gets nice and quiet in I like my neighbours mode. So yeah, I've had that since Christmas and just haven't installed it because I needed a non-rainy day that wasn't hot as hell. So it's finally in. Stoked on that. That said, I installed the GPS for I like my neighbours mode, and my neighbour downstairs, the old girl in her 70s, was like, "Why would you do that? I like the sound of your car." She likes the big roar in the morning, she reckons. So, good neighbours, man. Good neighbours. Alright, we got an ad about to start, so I'll clean this brush, change some water. We'll get that 360 of the model in just a moment. Fancy? Yeah, it is a bit. Not something I would have dreamed of having a few years ago. Very fortunate to have. camera in ad, but looks like it's subscribers asking, so you should be able to hear still. Does it work okay? Is the radius feature accurate, Microsoft? Okay, so things I learned were that when I pull out, if I have the app open, because I was trying to monitor what was happening, when I pulled out of the radius, it doesn't work. The app interrupts it, so you have to have the app closed. The app obviously is for editing, so it interrupts it. And then the radius itself interrupts with the feature that you can change for the revs. So if you pull it out, it will change over to the, I can't think of what they call it, but the non-static mode. But because the non-static mode is set to go open at I think 1200k revs or something, if it doesn't detect that change, it won't actually change over to full open until I get to the next light or whatever stop. So it's on the change that it makes the change to open. So it's a bit touchy, but it definitely detects the radius. Like if I stop when I get outside the radius, and then put my foot down, and it detects that change up through past I think it's 1200 revs, it'll change over. Right, let me change some paint water here. Alright, coming back from the ad a moment late there. So yeah, I guess I'd say the radius feature seems to be accurate, but having too many of the different features turned on, they seem to conflict with each other a bit weirdly. Really doesn't matter though, it's like as soon as I get to the first set of lights at the top of the area I'm in, it'll detect and switch over. Sweet, I definitely should have had it installed a while back. What's up, Court? Good to see ya. Yes, it's you and you're here. Is that some glaze? We're running glaze medium. Just got home from an event. Cool. Yeah. Editing photos. Sweet, nice. Have a good time at the event? Yeah. I'll have to live vicariously, Court. Usually, Saturday's supposed to be my social day. I go into the local Warhammer store. Didn't even hit me that the normal event wasn't going to be on yesterday because it was a public holiday. Which gave me time to work on the car. But yeah, didn't really get to go out the day I normally go out. Actually, everything was closed except super cheap auto, so working on the car was kind of perfect timing. One back. So I meant to check out your progress in the Discord before and just kept going through. Your workspace. Yeah, sick. Okay. I see what you're throwing down, which is very versatile to move with compared to what I've got going on. Had some fire tacos. Hell yeah. I love tacos. I like, actually, not quite, I guess, traditional tacos. I really like quesadilla. That's where it's at. Also got the new blog post. Sick. I noticed actually I missed you being streaming a bit, Court. But every time I've missed it, so I have to try and catch you. I painted my skin a lizard. You ate quesadilla today! Damn, Bladesmith, I'm real jealous. Yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the fat boy days. You stream 3 days a week? Okay. So I think I'm actually getting fed notifications for you that I wasn't getting fed before, but I also still keep missing it. I see the notification on the top of my phone after. So I'll try and catch you. I think you're streaming my early mornings, just as I'm getting out of bed. What I can tell. Which I assume is late for you. I have consomme over there. Oh, man, the birria with consomme. There used to be a really great joint, opened actually right in the middle of COVID. I used to get from all the time, but they don't do it anymore. So the last time I had good birria was when I travelled down to our state's capital, Brisbane. Yeah, that dip in the consomme, that's the good stuff. Also had a good crack at cooking it myself before too. Ordered all dried chiles online. But I do an okay job. It's not the same. It's delicious in it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I miss having the local joint down the road. It was absolutely delicious, fantastic. Every weekend. Your mother has a little restaurant. It's Fridays and Saturdays. Whoa! Okay. Sells quesadilla and consomme. That's awesome. So you have it every weekend. Dude. Shops. That's awesome. And now I gotta come to your mum's restaurant one day. Hard to lose weight though. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the fat boy stuff, huh? Huh. More than welcome any day. Appreciate it. Dude, I'd love to. How bad is my Aussie pronunciation, Bladesmith? Birria and consomme. I'm sure I'm not rolling my R's as I should be. Okay, cool. Cool. All edited, now to import. I am going to have a bit of a learning curve with editing video. Not really my skill set, which is why it's been largely streaming, but with this decision I've made to get an hourly rotation of this model in the lightbox, I'm gonna have to, the bare minimum, learn how to stitch each of them together. Ideally, edit it nice. Definitely a skill in your photo editing. Sorting them into folders is boring too. Yeah. Oh, my computer. I am going to have to get good at the organisation because I've been running recordings for every stream, but yeah, my computers are absolute messes with that kind of organisation. It's fine just not doing anything but moving things. Yeah. I think the mission soon is to build a NAS for my storage. So I've got 3 computers in the house. Some of them, like this one I'm working on now, has 8 terabytes or so worth of drives, so a lot of storage, but not universally accessible from all of the PCs. Because I'd actually prefer to, if I do video editing, do it on the big station behind me. There's 2 PCs in this room. There's a big station with multiple monitors behind me, and this one just at the painting desk with a single monitor, not too intrusive to the painting setup. I'd love to be recording to a NAS rather than straight to the PC, and then be able to access that from over there. thumb looks like a dinosaur. The scaly. Yeah. I'll never change though. Your thumb is the best palette there is. You can feel the paint consistency before it goes on. The problem is lately I've been somehow, without realising it, managing to splash down onto my watch bands, so I might switch to the basic Casio for painting for a while, so we're not messing up the nice watches. The sandry dust on the palette's getting crusty. Time to refill, but we're almost through the lower half of the model. Always nice to reach a point where we're not just looking at primer. On palette because I think there is dried crusty stuff over here. Don't want that to end up on the model. We got some black on the brush. We paint some eyes onto the dinosaur.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you. Please allow me to thank you, and God bless my friend.
Hecatone raiding in. Welcome in, raiders.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Welcome in, raiders. Working on Typhus today. Trying to get this boy done in one day. Doing the 12 hours of Typhus, 12 PM till 12 AM. I normally paint pretty slow. Been working on the same Nagash for a month and a half, so just sort of want to run a stream to show what can be achieved in a weekend. Doesn't all have to be month-long slogs with one centerpiece model. Paint this boy up as nice as I possibly can in a single day. How was your stream though, Hecatone? What have you been working on? working on the dwarves. Nice, nice. On the next 6. Had to drop in, watch the VOD at least, and see how you're going. Got the lower half mostly done for the late stages. Nice to hear, making progress, huh? Upper half's going to be a tad tricky. Is it higher detail in the upper half? Actually, same here. This upper half I think is going to be trickier. There's a lot of depths. Get the brush tip down into. Already just hit where there should be recess showed. Forth. Arms on later. So sub-assembled. I wish this was sub-assembled. There's bits here that are gonna drive me mad. Taking a breather before you do. That's good. That sounds healthy way to be doing it. Break the session up. Learn the hard way. Your centerpiece is sub-assembly when you can. Yeah, I sub-assemble just about everything. But because I wanted to paint this boy faster than I normally paint, I thought if I sub-assembled, I'd bog myself down in details too much. So it's part of the challenge to make myself just get things done. She's fully built. Which inevitably is going to drive me mad. Tedious but worthwhile. Only thing you try to do is keep 75-25% attempts, so the 75 is for the main body with no attachments, and 25 is for weapons and stuff. To help get the placement of the model later on. Yeah. Okay. Sounds efficient. up here around the chest, I'm working into that shade that we put in earlier quite a bit harder. Assuming that even though there's more recesses up here, we're higher up on the model, some more light's going to make it down into those recesses than it would at the bottom of the model. So it's going a bit harder with the layer here than we did below. Spend less time glazing the shade back in. There's a few spots where I want it to be strong. Work smarter, not harder. That's it. Work smarter, not harder, and find a way to enjoy the process as much as possible. It's a hobby, we've got to enjoy it. Okay, that's being messy. That consistency good. We're pretty thick on the palette right now. Now to go through each folder and take out the bad ones. Cool. Alright, sorting through it bit by bit. How is that process for you, knowing what work to reject? You're sorting through the bad ones. You're able to let go. It's cool, but if you do it earlier than later, okay? It's better not to leave it. So it's seamless when you update. Yeah, okay. It's all sitting there as you need it. Just best for workflow. It's time. We're approaching the 3-hour mark. We need to start to make a bit faster progress if we're going to do this in the 12, but also, again, here to enjoy the process, so don't pay too much attention to the pressure. Just acknowledging it. You've erased 8 out of 45 you took so far, culling away. Okay. I don't know if that'd be an easy thing for me, knowing what to cull. I'm sure there'd be some obvious ones in the batch to get rid of, but harder after the first few obvious. We still do have a fair way to go to build up from the sandy dust to a brighter cream white. But it's starting to take shape. 23 out of 45 made it to the blog log. Okay, about 50%. Nice. Hey, Saxablock, how are we today? How's your weekend coming along? Pretty good dealing with your insomnia. Oh no. Not making it off to bed, huh? I'm gonna be here a while today. It's 12 hours planned, so if you're looking for background noise, I'll be here. Take a ton, gonna be lurking because the music's making you feel lazy. Makes you feel that detective scene of laying on the seat and take a coffee. Nice, nice. Let's try to keep the vibe pretty chill. Chill and cozy. Oh, I like that. Do I have a light above my painting area? You're looking for one for your desk because you keep getting too many shadows while painting. So I have pretty psychotic lighting above the desk. I've got the big white LED panels they use. They're supposed to fit in ceiling tiles in more commercial settings. So they're like the exact length of a ceiling tile and fit in the big LED panels. And I've just got them hanging from my ceiling on some picture hanging wire. And I've got one above me and one above the desk off behind me. They are actually, despite being a pretty big fixture, very price effective. Or cost effective if you're trying to set up pretty bright lighting for your painting. But they're not set up in such a way that they're easy to mount or set up over your desk, which is, yeah, I've got them hanging from the ceiling. Yeah, just a Bunnings or hardware store pickup. Actually, I haven't linked the Discord at all in today's stream, but I might find a link to what I'm talking about to put in the Discord later on. Let's do that. Let's link Discord in chat. B, try to find what I'm talking about because we've got an ad break about to come up anyway. So we'll clean the brush off for that. I know the image. Watch a lot of Lupin the Third in your life. Yeah. Yeah. Before I hung them from the ceiling too, I actually had two big timber verticals that I screwed to the side of my desk to hold it up. So I don't have to make permanent changes to the room. Initially I just had 2 blocks of timber to hold it up on the side of the desk. Let's start out here, let's grab the Discord. Invite. Alright, to go into ad, I will screen share as we come back out of the ad break what I'm talking about. Audio, thank you, Court. Appreciate it. Those were the lights that I'm running, basically. They're just commercial lights. And yeah, I've got them hanging from the ceiling at the moment, but I have managed to prop them up to the side of the desk on timber before too. So, pretty cost effective, you know, 50 bucks Australian for a big light panel. As long as you can find a way to mount it up. That's my go-to. Dude, you are a full year ahead in posts. That's awesome. It's crazy. Nice to be that prepared, huh? Nuts, you're doing May 2026 next month and you got May 2027 all blocked out? Yeah. It's good to be that far ahead when we got maybe someone about to do some work. Excuse me, some work downstairs. Let me throw that link. Yep. We've got someone with the power tools downstairs, that's unfortunate. Throw that link in the chat, not the disc. Let's carry on. If the works downstairs gets too much, I'll mute the mic for a while. Keep it cozy. Looks like now they're running consistently, the mic's not even picking it up, but it might make my voice audio a little less clear with the filtering. Now we're picking it up. You're posting Christmas photos in June. Why not July? That's how the flyers line up. Oh, filers line up. Cool. Yep, folders. Yep. We're both there. We got there. We're good. Posted current project in the disk sex. Let me check that out. One sec. The sex has got its gear in the disk. Ah, the Nightbringer. Nice. Window's doing here. I like the fleshy look. I very much like the fleshy look. Just share what we're looking at here. Let's go. So Nightbringer, but not all that dark black. We got that heavy fleshy look. I quite like that to break up the Nightbringer. Very cool. So I've seen so many of them that are just very dark and black. So that contrast is pretty sweet. Started in 2 days ago. The whole army has a beach theme, so you've given him sick. Okay. I love it. That's great. Beach babe Necrons. Cool. Where is my glaze medium? Where has she gone? Here. Start to work into these arms. Overboard there. There's a small section here that should be black. Wonder if Maddie's plan is to have another fire down near the pool area. I think that must be the chainsaw I'm hearing running outside. Must be cutting wood. And we might have to take the 12-hour stream downstairs to see the fire. Have some beers. Last night I meant to stay for half an hour or so and stayed for hours. Someone brought out a cigar, offered to me, and it was all over for me from there. Love a good cigar. Want me to stay and chill? Bring out the cigar? I'm not going anywhere. Don't smoke, children. Don't smoke, stay in drugs, and don't do school. Pepsi, not beer. Definitely the chainsaw going down there. Not a big fan of modelled in weathering like these scratches. I'd rather paint it in myself. There's quite a bit of that on this model. All the detail on this model is moulded in. Not a lot of space for activities with the paint. That's the base of our armour locked in. Let's switch over to some greys and get that under armour and the black highlighted up at this point so that we're not splotching over onto the bright white armour as we bring the armour up to bright white. So Ministrahan Grey is one of the go-tos here. Evocation. Might do Uniform Grey. So we're popping straight up to quite a bit brighter than the black. These are recesses, so the shade is going to stay nice and dark. Heading out, Saxa Block, feeling tired? Ah, good stuff, you get some sleep. Thanks for chilling, appreciate you. Catch you next time.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
And thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Sleep well, huh? For this highlight, we are going down into a nice fine size O brush. Start with the uniform grey. Touch the glaze medium I've got on the palette over here. I'm not going to thin this very much at all because we want control over the paint. Highest points. Or let the paint run out of control like that. Either way. Like that back out. A little thinner then. Let's try again at the front. When I blacked this out, I was having trouble with it feeling waxy in here, and it still feels odd. It doesn't want to take paint. It really feels like it doesn't want to take paint. Might have to just come back in and recess shade with the black after laying down a bunch of grey, just to move the goalposts. Water swap mood. Oh, she is looking pretty filthy. Appreciate that. Good time as we move on to the next colour. We'll change that paper towel too while we're there. Hey, mood. Mood 2D2. Moose! I see! How you doing? How's your weekend going? From the disc. I see. Moose. Change this water then. Waiting on a model to dry from an IPA wash. So you're stripping? IPA isopropyl alcohol? Ah, resin. Resin. Gotcha. Cool. Another printer in chat gonna tempt me into spending all the money on a 3D printer, huh? Did a bust for a commission. Okay. Sick. Let's not something I've never touched before busts, but every time I see someone do it, it looks really fun to paint a bust. I'm struggling with this black Under Armour. It's taking paint really weird. You won't tell me they'll save money. If you buy a lot of plastic, then it might be wash money wise. Just get educated on the printers themselves, but also the equipment and air handling. I'll need to be productive and safe. I'm bad at safety. That is not my specialty. So there's a reason not to. There's a lot of info out there, but I need to discover for sure. I've definitely looked into it a few times. I thought a good starter printer for me would be one of the... I'd actually want to buy something bigger, be able to print bigger models. So I thought a good starter would be like the Elegoo Saturn series. Seems you can always get a good deal on the last year's model rather than the most recent. Definitely wouldn't want to start small. A lot of what I paint is bigger. I think before that happens, I might actually upgrade the FDM printer. I've got the little classic, the Ender 3 behind me, but she's down at the moment, so it needs to be replaced either way. Mind getting a big boy multicolour printer for projects outside of miniatures and printing things like this wet palette. Resin, it's imperative you become meticulous with resins. They're a hazmat waiting to happen. Yeah, I may not have the discipline for it. Look, I do have set up with my airbrushing station off to the side of me a full exhaust system. Takes the exhaust up into the ceiling, so I could just extend that if I got into resin. I set up the infrastructure good, but then I forget to do the smart things like wear a mask or wear gloves. Saturn 3 Ultra is the best one they make right this minute. Changes of weather though, don't be swayed by the bell. Yes, don't be swayed by the bells and whistles. Paint booth has a big ass blower on it. Yeah, you got auto modded, I saw. I've allowed it through. I'm not stressed by that. You got a big blower on it that exhausts out the window. You don't use a mask, but a lot of people want to. You don't find it necessary. Okay. That's for me. It's like if I gotta put on a mask or gloves, I'm probably gonna forget. But building the infrastructure with something like a exhaust, I don't have an issue with. Don't have an issue with the basics of buying masks and buying gloves. It's just the discipline to actually put it on when I'm working on something that I fail at. Especially gloves. I do not enjoy the way gloves feel. Nitrile gloves are mandatory. Stuff is a contact allergen and will make you sensitive. Not worth the risk. Yeah. You hate them, but still use them. Yeah, it's a discipline thing, huh? It's not what you like, but what you have to do to be safe. Wearing a seatbelt, yeah, that's a great analogy. Like wearing a seatbelt. Comfier with that, but something we all just do. Because if you don't, it's gonna be a lot more trouble than not. Printed a bust. It's about 25. Okay, big print. Okay. I have a lovely woman with nice features for a customer. I see. Is that the plan? Is that the I buy a resin printer and we become the painting Hatsune Miku channel? So we're not going to put a second highlight into these recesses here because it's driving me mad. It just doesn't seem to want to take paint nicely. That's better than the moment before. Opens up creativity, you have 100% control of imagination. Yeah, this is it. Especially, I mean, I'm not really even playing that much Warhammer anymore, so being locked into miniature gaming formats when I'm more interested in the painting. Isn't necessarily the best for creativity, I guess. Definitely selling it. It has been in the back of my mind for a very long time to eventually get a resin printer. Just haven't quite pulled the trigger ever yet. Part of the reason for not pulling the trigger is, I guess, it's its own, as you say, do the research, because it's its own hobby in and of itself. Just time constraints. How much time can I commit to painting if I'm printing as well? Mind you, I guess there's some time saved if you're printing in not building model kits, I suppose. Still be assembling parts of the print, but not as much time possibly sunk into build. Cutting off sprue. So I guess you trade one thing for another. We're going to leave those black recesses there. At best, not the prettiest, but it's fighting me, and I don't want to fight that fight right now. Let's get this brush nice and clean. Raise the brush. Step back to a size 1. Run it back to cream armor. So we can dedicate half of today to armor. So we'll start making some progress, but we've hit the major grand at this point. So we're going to go from that Xandri dust straight to a shahi bone. So shaddy bone is bad. I thought I had another pot. I thought potentially already open. With me here, I might have to check the overflow trays. That's one that's going to need to be replaced. But at least I have the air range Ushadi bone, which just means less thinning. Hopefully it's still controllable. Give me an idea of time-wise. Spent 3 days work on the model from cleanup, wireframe to printing it. Okay. 20 hours to print, did nothing but ignore it. Now it's done, it'll take 2 to 3 hours actual print, actual working time to get it perfect and ready to paint. Yeah, I'm cool with the extended time not doing anything. That can just be running in the background while I'm painting. 2 to 3 hours of prep, huh? I guess that's equivalent, if not a little bit more than maybe building. It just depends what size of model got going there versus building. 3 days total. That is big. Definitely is its own hobby. This is fine. So I'm just going to take this higher and further than before. Shahi going. Well, that's on cruise control, no pressure, because you do this as hobby, not a business. Folks who ask you to do work for them know up front that, yeah, they get it done when it's done. Excellent. So do you do a bit of the actual modelling as well? And if so, what software do you recommend? I'm not actually looking to model miniatures, but I'd like to make a wet palette exactly to the specifications I prefer. So I've been thinking I've got to learn at least a bit of very basic 3D modelling to work on that. hydrate for me. Appreciate you. We are in ad. Totally missed the ad. Let's get a spin of the model. Missed going to ad and missed coming back. Could stop in and get that. Just getting an hourly spin of the model in the light boxer. Just running this here paint at the heights rather than towards the bottom of the model. Not paying attention to any edge highlighting yet. Actually, leave these areas dark for now. highlight that with a brighter colour later. So you have a more stark contrast. There's a huge repository of models already made out there. Yeah, no, I've definitely been through and had a look. I know there's plenty out there. Plenty of amazing sculptors' design stuff out there available. I missed 100% elbows with design software, but for a palette you could use it. Design someone's already made or modify in Slicer that has a simple modification capabilities. Even you can do that and you're a complete stump with the stuff. Well, I do have the files for this palette that I'm using at the moment, and I just want to do minor modifications like add holes for magnets and that type of thing. So yeah, that's kind of exactly where I'm at. Holes for magnets, a lip just at the front of the palette but not at the back. Kind of thing. Printed small pellets that fit on the desk. That's what I like about this one I printed here, is the size for sure. I really don't want the palette to overwhelm my desk. I don't want the palette to be so big that I'm using so much dry crusty paint. I want to keep it fresh, so having a smaller palette controls that. Printed on the FDM printer, not the resin. Yeah, and that's replacing my current FDM printer is definitely probably higher on the list for me than getting a resin for those sort of purposes. Same with all the trees for the paint down here and stuff are all printed FDM. Resin's good for toys, FDM for structure, absolutely. Yeah, I've got plenty for the painting station around that's been FDM printed. Brush racks and all that, it's all printed. Yeah, now the Ender 3's down, definitely will replace it. Actually gonna grab the Sandry Dust Air as well. While we're running air paints. Hey, Florent. How are you? How's your week been? Yeah, very good. Cruisy. And very nice here. The weather's starting to settle down and get nice and cool. Well, cool for us. 20-degree mornings, 20 degrees Celsius, which is cool for me. I had my hoodie on. Breaking it up and working on Typhus here. Doing a bit of a marathon, 12 hours of Typhus. See how far we can get. And still enjoying it so far. What are we? 4.5 hours in. So these are good signs. Are you working on anything yourself? Yeah, yep, this is the Heresy model. This I got back when the Forge World website still existed. Or it was integrated into the main Warhammer site. So yeah, the old Forge World resin. Actually Typhon. Because it's pre-Heresy, not Typhus. This one painted up first. I do actually have the 40k Typhus as well to get painted at some point. So I'll do that for contrast at some point on stream. He's also supposed to go on the big boy scenic base. Which I'm thinking the scenic base may not include in today's marathon. That might be a get knocked out tomorrow, but we'll see how we go. Maybe I get through this quicker than progress I'm making so far. I might speed up. It's a bit slow actually so far. Which is cool. It is what it is. I'm here to enjoy the painting. through this torso area, I'll step back onto a size O brush. So I've got small recesses we still want to add. Highlight to at this point. You're back, Court. What up? How goes it? Got all those folders sorted. Updated the IG story. Only on story, I'll check it out before it goes then. I should be getting notifications at this point from your IG anyway, I believe. Turned on. Wombat, welcome back. How's it going? We're coming along. We're still working on armor, so we'll see how far along we get with this 12-hour challenge. Still on armor, but I am enjoying it, and that's what's important. Having fun with the model, enjoying the process. Shading for 12 hours? Hell yeah. I did decide from the get-go that the armor being the biggest feature, I could dedicate 50% of the time to, so 6 hours, so I think we're still on track. It's the largest portion of the model. If we can get it done in 6 to 7 hours, I think the rest of it's going to come along quite okay. That said, I haven't gone back to when I started stream today and there was pretty much no one watching. I outlined a set of rules for the 12-hour challenge, jotted them down in the notebook to refer back to. So now that we've got a few people in, we might actually refer back to those, because although we're doing a bit of a challenge with the 12 hours, I also want to keep the vibe chill, and I want this to be more about what one can achieve with a weekend free and a paintbrush, more than hardcore hype content creator challenge. Let's go through that. So yeah, did write some stuff down when I got started. So goals and then some rules. So the first goal is to get as much done as possible in the 12 hours. If it doesn't get done, that's okay too. It's all about the journey. But I want to see if I can get at least the main model, maybe not the base. I want to see how far I can push it in one session. Goal number 2 though is to show that big hobby progress can be made in a single weekend. If you've got just a bit of time free, you can bang out something pretty impressive. So that's what today's all about, because I've been doing these long, I spent a month and a half on the gash, a month on the armatures before that. So how far can you get in a weekend? And goal number 3 is the big one. It's have fun, enjoy the process. Because this one's a bit lower stakes for me, a little bit more creative freedom. It's all about keeping miniature painting fun and approachable. So if we don't hit the goal of getting this done today, that's okay too. That said, a couple rules I outlined. First one is have fun and enjoy the process. It's the challenge today shouldn't come at the expense of my hobby, and it shouldn't come at the expense of teaching others that you got to get it done, you got to get it done, you got to stress. We're here to enjoy the process, relax and paint. So if it's not finished today, that's okay too. See how far we can go. That said, all progress is to happen live on stream, even if that has to stretch into tomorrow. Just short breaks for food and that sort of stuff. And then the final one is kind of what I just outlined. Progress counts even if unfinished. There's no failure here. Whatever we get done tonight, we get done tonight. We're here to enjoy painting. We're not chasing a finish line, we're here for the process. You've seen people build and paint whole combat patrols into... I know, but that ain't me. Get as much cop out of you, gotta finish him. Oh good, now you're in. That makes sense as well. So yeah, that's where we're at. It's a bit of a challenge stream, but nothing is at the expense of enjoying painting. And it's more to sort of change the pace of my streams here too. Paint something in 1 or 2 sessions rather than across weeks on end. Try and make painting, or make my painting more accessible to everybody. have feared. I've been sending that message of it's gonna take you weeks to paint a model, and as Combat Wombat's just pointed out, people paint entire combat patrols in 24 hours. Your painting and your hobby looks like whatever you want it to look like. That said, I think we can make pretty good progress here. We're almost at hour 5. We're almost through all the layering. Start to get into some true highlights on the armour. We can move on to details. It's looking good, thank you. Appreciate it. Quick spin there. I'm happy. That's trimmed down there. Can't wait to see the completion pics. Yeah, dude, what I'm looking forward to, might take me a minute to put it together, but I've been doing little progress videos once an hour, every hour in the light box on the turntable. I'm looking forward to stitching that together and seeing the whole model come together in one short video. I've never actually documented a paint job in that way before, so it'll be interesting to see. Honestly, the problem with that is I still haven't learned any form of video editing. So although it's just going to be stitching together 12 clips, I still got to figure out how to do that much. All I've done really so far is lightly edit videos on my phone in Google's little editing software before throwing it on IG and TikTok. need much editing, good lighting. Yeah, and the lighting from the drop with the videos is pretty good. I think the framing, the way I've got the tripod set up over there, should be good. It's really just stitching a couple clips together. But I'll also run through, I think, the footage from the recording of the stream here and try and get some clips to stitch in between of me actually painting and try and match it up at the time. Super fast 12-hour time lapse. Yeah, I guess that's doable as well. If I've been holding the model at least roughly center. I've got the recording to do it. Do have that next ad coming up in a couple minutes. Let's see if I can get this arm done by the time we hit it. So the next clip, I take out a model, has this whole layering step complete. let some of that dry to layer up, but we're about to hit the ad break, so we'll pause there. Almost done with this layer. I spin in the light box.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Looks like we're all back from ad. Thank you for the follow, the Meat Man. Appreciate it very much. Love the name. Work just a little bit more of this before we jump into Typhus, I think. up an ash and then some actual edge highlights and probably a pure white. You're working on the new mutilators right now. I don't think I've looked at the kit. There's been so much released lately. Check it out. Alright. Very cool. Alright. We got a another Chaos fan, yep. Which I fully expected that. Combat Wombats to be keen. Chaos. They look very, very interesting. Full of detail. How are they treating you? Started with Necrons. Alright. Necrons are a good starting place for anyone. I say that, I've never painted a Necron. And I should. Kind of a classic, a staple. Hit 4k points with the Necrons. Alright, yeah, that sounds like time to start the next project. 4k points is huge. You enjoying starting something new? Getting to change it up with the creativity? You're not liking the trim? Yeah. Classic chaos problems, the trim. That's very much me. I like less sculpted in details, more space to paint. But chaos definitely opens up a lot of other opportunities with your painting. Doesn't just have to be generic cleaner boys. Alrighty. We're going to go from that Ushahi Bone into Typhus Ash again from the Citadel Airline. I have to say, I appreciate that although there's a lot of pipes and chainmail on this guy, it's not a huge amount of trim. It's something of a relief. So this is only a little bit brighter and a little bit less saturated than the previous Ushahi Bone. Doesn't contrast hugely with the Ashahi bone, but it is a shade lighter. So we're going to speed through this. Especially because we won't need to worry about the blend so much, it's so close. New Iron Warriors character. Sweet, I like the Iron Warriors. Man, there's so much new stuff out at the moment. I cannot keep track. It's an absolute smorgasbord. And when we get new stuff, it's interesting lately. It's not just more of the same Space Marines. It's not slow. Yeah, it's definitely not slowing down. I think boom in popularity. Not enough time to paint them. Yeah, not enough time to paint them all. The whole FOMO thing with buying models, you just can't apply anymore because there's so much being released. Just can't buy it all. Can't paint it all. This type of Ash really is a beautiful midpoint between a Wraithbone and Screaming Skull. Quite a shame to me that it's not part of the main lineup. Must be for a reason, the consistency must work better. It's an air paint. Ah yes, this is the 30k Typhus, and we're actually working Typhus from the airline with the 30k forge wheel Typhon. A moment. This model's been sitting in my pile of shame, and when I got it, the separate forge wheeled store was still open, hadn't been integrated with the rest of the Warhammer store yet. The bookshelf of shame. Yep. Yeah, it gets to be that way. It's not shame though, it's potential. You know, this has sat for years, but now it's getting done. Something I could just pick out of what I had and say, that's the one. So it's potential. Pile of shame isn't the right term. Unless it really is never gonna see paint. You've been working hard to get yours down. Yeah, me too, which is why we're painting this, why we've been painting the gash. I am working on the backlog at the moment rather than buying all new kits. Said I messed up last week and I brought the new battle box of knights, the Italian Imperial Knights that dropped because it was just such a high value for my Knights army for the price. Makes the armages basically free. Not a necessary purchase with the amount of other knights I've already got. But these things happen. Just traded all your Slaanesh demons today. Okay. Happy accident indeed, Bladesmith. That it was. A bit of a splodge in the wrong place, which is always a bit more stressful right towards the end here. Sad demon noises. Yes, selling off your Slaanesh demons. Combat Wombat is the Slaanesh boy. Connoisseur of Slaanesh. 3k points. Only 2.5 after the points drops. Nevertheless, it's still a lot of models. Points are a weird way actually to measure how many models we have. It's pretty commonly used, but kind of a arbitrary measure, and it's how many models. Dipping for the day. Can't wait for the photos. No worries, dude. Good to see you as always. Take care. Talk soon. One demonette doesn't equal keeper of secrets. 7k paint drops. That is a threat. Catch a man. We're gonna hit into edge highlight territory. This is only gonna be a slight shade lighter. And then we'll go the pure white. We're at 5.5 hours. I said 6 on armor. So we don't have a lot of time left. Hit schedule. See how we go. Just gonna pick it up pretty quickly though. That colour. Put a Necron Royal Court out of it. Out of selling off the Sunday Sesh. Okay. It's a hiccup. Okay. Hey, Dr. Merlickstein, what's going on? Good to see you. Hydrate, appreciate you. Finish up here and get some water in me. How was your day? Did you get to the Titanic game? And if so, how did it go? What's the battle report? Close game. Okay. Didn't have my knight gallant there to get the fist. How was the turnout for having it on a Sunday? Sorry I couldn't be there. Game was is which team could gain most distance. Attackers try for distance, defenders try to stop. Okay, Imperial run, the Chaos tabled them both rounds. Okay, okay. Sounds about right. Violence, not objectives, huh? One v one, 4 knights each. The big boy, the lancer. All your knights, Canis Rex, a gallant, a paladin, and an errant. Let's see. Okay, so you definitely had the advantage in melee, huh? Aha. No Hawk Shroud down the center. No one quite as stupid as me, huh? Slap first, and if the target, yep, this is the way. Unless the dice rolls are terrible. Times as a knight either side on 1 HP and just got roll all the saves. Sometimes probability just doesn't actually apply, huh? Gods be fickle with their favour. interest of keeping this stream going for the full 12 hours, I'm gonna try standing for a minute. Just for the back and the posture. Am I going the usual rock green? We'll do the foresty green shoulder pads with Typhus. But because this is the 30k pre-heresy Typhus, it'll probably be a little bit cleaner. Battle worn, but less rot. Yeah, exactly. This is the old four-drilled model. Closed up different on the really scenic base and all that jazz. Need more of the pale sand on the palette. I see you redeemed posture check. Yeah, starting to feel it. Usually feel it by about this point, 6 hours or so into stream, but really need to watch it if we're going for another 6 hours, so just change it up and stand for a bit. Highlight around the face is very bright as compared to everywhere else. Trying to draw focus there. That's where we'll highlight up to a pure white as well. Just down below won't necessarily see that pure white highlight. Go ahead and add in 15 minutes too. The ad will be on about the halfway, well, it will be the halfway mark, 6 hours. So with that one, I am going to take 15 minutes for dinner. And the way I'll handle that, we'll go to ad, I'll duck out for dinner, and then at the 12-minute mark before I'm going to come back, run another ad. Ooh, is that going to be worth doing this time? Because then we're going to lose our hourly timer for progress shots. We may not do. Normally I run a second ad to get an hour 45 free of ads when I come back. Then we're going to have an hour 45 straight without break to take the progress shots. We might skip that this time. It might just be a little odder timing. Could invest in a standing desk or one that raises and lowers for situations. Yeah, even this desk is at 900, so almost kitchen bench height. I could stand at it. In fact, I can, it's just I don't have my elbows on the table to brace up standing up. I'm also out of the shot. Mind you, yeah, we're going to stand for the next 15 minutes or so before we'll break fully. Problem now is me getting the model into focus and shot. Bringing the whole thing a little bit higher here before we hit with a pure white. Into that pure white. And a bit of glaze medium. I'm going to start at the top here where the real focus is. we'll re-establish some shadow in some places I've splotched over, but that's gonna happen after dinner. We'll re-establish the Morphang brand. Let me sit in a couple places. That's where we're at. For now I'm going to take 15 minutes for dinner. Ad's about to run. Take a short break. Try and stretch a bit and we'll get back into it. But we're just about done the armour at the 6-hour mark as planned, so we should do well tonight. Thanks Bladesmith, appreciate you man. Alrighty, let's hit it with one of these. Be back soon all. Alrighty, jumping back in here. Had a good stretch. Laid out on the ground and stretched the back out. Get the dinner. And for the halfway mark, we'll hit the second energy drink. Hopefully the last. Little bit of foam here too for my elbow to be able to shift up my position. So there's just a few spots around the studs and stuff here that I'm probably gonna re-establish that morphing. And then we'll hit the green of the shoulder pads. After the shoulder pads, we'll probably go the fabric, the red fabric, and then we can start to hit metallics and trim. Let's get that little bit of morphing back in first. Might change up the playlist too, actually. 12 hours of one playlist may not be the smoothest idea. the lo-fi girl. Let's do the synthwave. Alrighty, let's jump into these green shoulder pads. Go just the deep greens. Guardian. Eternal. Ferocious. And we'll switch out our wet pellet pad. Smoothest application there. Do this. So we'll hit the knee pads as well, I think, with this. And here. I think the box art is depicting them as a metallic instead. But I want to see a bit more pop of colour and saturation in the model. Size 2. Anywhere that's going to see trim, I'm not going to stress about here. Slop over it. So this is pretty Christmas tree green. Arguably too saturated for Death Guard. But that's kinda my ammo. Oversaturation. I mean, honestly, if we keep the cloak parts red like in the box art, we're gonna have a Christmassy boy. Which I'm not at all opposed to. Typhus the Christmas elf. Some runoff on the edge of the palette here. Just try to stop that from getting away. I'll mix in some pure black. Work on that for the recesses. Well, I first pop a colour on top of the white armour. Kind of very quickly starts to make the model take shape. Stepping up into Eternal Hunt. down to the kneecaps, just the tops of the kneecaps. No edge of the model, we're creating a bit of a gradient, especially because I don't have any edge to really edge highlight. And we'll go ferocious green. We'll just swap down to a size 1 brush. I'm going to edge highlight with this colour. I suspect I'll want to go brighter, but we'll just see what it looks like. We'll do a thick edge highlight here. Let's see if we go brighter, although that is pretty bright. It's also very desaturated. Let's see what she looks like on the model. Studying the studs. Okay, she's very bright. It might be the final highlight. Let's see. Could well be. You don't think that does need to go higher? The only thing I'm thinking, we finally have an armor panel. It's actually fairly blank. I'm gonna paint in a scratch on it. There's a scratch back here. I'm gonna try and carry that line. Alright, a little bit of painted in weathering rather than all the other moulded in across the rest of the model. Might make quick progress now. We've still got to hit metallics. Depending how much time we have though, those metallics can now become non-metallics if there's a boatload of time, non-metallic metals. As far as my reds, I'm leaning towards a Wordbearer's red, up to just some pure reds. Piston into Wild Rider, Evil Sons, Wild Rider. I think that's the go. These are all actually pretty small details. I might stick with the size 1. Coverage doesn't need to be huge. Big fan of Wordbearer's red as a base. Almost Baran, quite a good shadow base colour. Now, all of this chain is run over this cloak area. So some of these deep recesses we're going to poke in. Carefully work around the edge here. Tiny happy accident there that I think we can just lift with the brush. Welcome back, Dr. Merlickstein, what's up? Starting to feel like we're making progress. Now we're moving on to details. All the armor's done. It is a good feeling when it starts to come together rather than one block of colour. What greens am I using? Oh, we're on the Army Painter. We've gone Guardian, so we've gone the deep greens from the Army Painter. Guardian, Eternal Hunt, I really like this colour. And then the Ferocious Green, which surprised me, it was this very pale, desaturated green. Actually, pretty fantastic for an edge highlight. As we get into the cloaks underneath the chainmail, I'm starting with a Wordbearer's red base. Work our way right up to like a Wild Rider red. And add. Just about to run. Let's knock this little mess off. Pause. Jump back into it after the ad break, and I will get that spin on the turntable of the model. This one will be a fairly stark jump from the last spin. Should be cool. Hello, Nurgle Heresy. Smiles and Nurgle, love it. Love the emote, that's awesome. Running up a Typhus today. 12 hours straight, seeing how far we can take the boy. How are you? How's your weekend treating you? Alright, we'll bang back into this word bearer's red. Gonna get a second coat in on this lower cloak. Nicely. You're good. Yeah, I'm good. Good. I was a little bit worried that I wouldn't hit the second wind after the halfway mark, but I'm starting to feel real good, especially as we get some colour in here. I'm getting pumped. So, lifting me back up. Hey, sexy bloke. Welcome back in. Painting's going good, my dude. We're starting to actually get some details and colour blocked in and feel like it's becoming something. Is this my take on Horus Heresy Death Guard scheme? Honestly, this is just me vibing, enjoying painting. Picking colours as I go. I've done plenty of Death Guard before in the palette hand for 40k. Generally speaking, just a Screaming Skull, Seraphim Sepia wash, up to a pure white highlight. But this one was pretty different. This one we started with Morphang Bran. We've just been, vibing our way up. I wanted it to feel warm, because my feeling is generally pre-Heresy Death Guard is pretty stark white, rather than having your sickly green effect. I wanted it to be, a warm palette. A little bit more bright. I'm also a sucker for oversaturating everything. Never done 30k Death Guard yet though, so guess I'll have to remember what I've done here for if I do more in the future. Stream recording so I have all the references. Yeah, absolutely. Recording all the way. ease of remembering the colours on the armour though is that I basically just used everything in the Citadel airline. Using a lot of air paints tonight with a brush. Being good fun. Not stressing too much about thinning. The only 30k models you have are 40k hell brutes. Like the Contemptor. Actually, I did a Contemptor kit bashed into a Death Guard hell brute a minute back. It's a fun model. I also have, with the Forge Rolled conversion kit before they reduced it to just the torso, I've got a Contemptor Dread ready to be painted. The Death Guard for 30k. So it's the conversion kit that had all of the bits, not just the torso. Gonna mix in some black into that existing word bearers. Get a little bit of shade going on. Much like I did with the green. Run it up around the edges of the chainmail. Some of the deeper areas. Layer back some of this word bearers. Actually got some paint a little bit thick in places here. We might hit the hair dry for a second. And there I'm going to go into Mephiston Red. Evil Sun Scarlet, a little less saturated. A little less true red, I should say.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you. Please allow me to thank you, and God bless my friend. And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family.
Welcome in,
Thank you very
Raiders.
much. And you've made me feel very
Welcome in
special
all.
to invite me into your
Thank
home
you
and
for the follows.
to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Trooper, AWOL Trooper, Sleepy Wolfie. And we just hit 70 followers. Appreciate it. Thanks for the raid. What's up? What's up? We're running a bit of a marathon today, 12 hours of Typhus.
And you've made me feel very
Done
special to invite me
one
into your
session.
home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
You're wondering why Bob Ross was speaking to you? Yeah, running a bit of a marathon one today. Getting the 30k Typhus painted up in a single session, if we can, because I normally paint pretty slow. Takes me a month or so to get a project done. So we're doing the opposite. One day, one project. How about yourself? How was your stream? It's a sick colour scheme. Appreciate it, Spoon Handle. Yeah, we were just talking about that. I kinda didn't come into it with any preconceived notion of what I was gonna do. I've just sort of been vibing with the colour scheme, making choices as I go. Which is generally how I like to paint. Not being locked in. Alright, we're gonna step right up now to a Wild Rider Red. Stream is great worked on pewter minis. Cool, cool. Ah, gold stuff. Have to check you out. Great painting, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're getting there. Moving along now. Now I'm past the big step of the armour. It's starting to feel like something. How do you find the pewter minis to work with? I've never done it myself. Kinda freak out even when it's resin instead of plastic, to be honest. I'm happy to call it there for the reds. We're at 7.5 hours. Doing pretty well for time. We've got to hit all the metallics. And this is going to be timber down here. Is everything other than that metallic? Lenses on the helmet. So let's hit this wood first. Four and a half hours or so left. I think there's a choice to be made here of whether scenic base gets done as an inclusion with the 12 hours, or if we lock in on the model itself and do some non-metallic metals. We got 4.5 hours would be a stretch. Let's do the timber on the handle and have a think. I think we'll do the ruddy brands. Maybe take it into a highlight like that. Seven and a half. We're moving so quick now with progress, it's feeling like I'm missing ad breaks for the hourly clip of the model. But I'm not, we're just moving faster. Back up into the size 2. Scythe. What made me decide on this army? Actually, Death Guard was my first army back in the day, and I've put them down for a long time, so it's sort of just a revisit. Very different scheme right now from where I first started. First models were done as the Putrid Choir in that bright. It was done largely in gas blaster green back then. Yeah, every now and again I revisit the Death Guard. The big project this year though is Imperial Knights. Been working on Ass Hawkshroud. So, challenging myself to those bright yellows. This one's just sort of an interlude to the other big projects I've been working on. Been working the past month or so on the Gash. Almost done with Nagash, but it's been a long slog, so just breaking it up with something new. I do nice work, thank you, I appreciate it. I really enjoy the painting over just getting things done, so I like to take my time, enjoy the process. Okay, we've just put a big streak in the back of plate here. Comes out fairly easily. Might leave some, it's kind of a perfect shadow. Happy accidents. It's nice looking, thank you, Berserk Frog. Appreciate it. Getting all the compliments right now. Yeah, we're coming together. Really
And you've made me
phase.
feel very special
Thank you for the follow.
to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, much appreciated. I'm really in that phase now where the model's starting to look like something. Spent the first 6 hours today working just on that armour. Now we're starting to hit some detail, make it feel like it's coming to life. Good work when you see it. Appreciate it. Checking back in, Dr. Merlickstein. Coming out real good. Appreciate you as always. Dr. Merlickstein, was there any mention of whether the next month's local game is going to be a Hero Bash? If so, I'll probably bring this guy. It is? Because I heard there might be changes into it being deets in the channel. Alright, I'll check that out after. Sweet, that means I'll have this guy ready for it. Again, we're going to mix in some black into that base colour. Just going to black line around the edges of that handle. And we'll highlight on up. Tossing and turning, if you just bring Khan, but not sure, okay. Well, that will determine whether I actually glue this down to its scenic base or glue it onto a base legal for game size. And wait to glue it onto the scenic base. lurk and eat. No worries, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate it all. Enjoy your feed. I might streak down with this mixture to try and create some effects of wood grain. That was Tree Ancient, I believe. The Dryad brand is just too close in tone, we might skip. Straight to the Ruddy Umber. Out of that size 2 brush. Into a size 1. back and forth between these brands. Kind of ignoring what's actually sculpted onto the model here. Trying to create my own texture. Into this car key, I'll step down into a size O brush.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the follow, Michael Paints Minis.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
And 1A, 2A, 3A, 4V. That's a good name to say out loud. Appreciate it. Appreciate the follow.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
The Real Brush Guy, thank you for the follow and the water. That actually is needed right now. Everyone new or jumping in, how's your weekends? Anyone? What's everyone working on themselves? Been a big hour for detail. So I think we'll set the wet palette aside. One place that's definitely going to get standard metallic paints is the chainmail, and then that's going to see a wash, probably a mixture of a brown and black wash. So let's get these brushes nice and cleaner for now. Aside. Might just do a quick reset, put some of these paints away that probably won't be used again. gunmetal grey from Vallejo. I think because it flows nicely, we'll go up into mithril, and then silver. Go with Citadel washes, mix of Nun Royal and Agrax Earthshade. Oh, there's other metallics to hit with silver. We're just gonna hit the chainmail for right now. Going a size 2, just keeping a good tip on it. This is an old pot, so let's see if she comes out smooth. She came out smooth. That's all we can ask. A little medium to wet the brush. Jump into it. Install this chainmail at the base first. Nice little palette on the hand, that is my go-to. I can feel the paint consistency. Love it. Earlier today, when it was all brands and khakis and creams, Court mentioned the hand looked like dinosaur scales, so we painted eyes in on my hand, as you do. Above. It's a perfectly fine place to actually splodge over, because that will become metallic later. Accidents that don't matter. So, rare but nice. establish the red. Mostly good. Definitely want that to dry completely before we hit it with the wash. We just got an ad about to start, so I'll pause there for a minute. Take it any further. So in these ad breaks, I just change out my water. Grab a drink for myself. We should all be back from ad break there. What I'm doing there In the ad breaks, for everyone new, I'll always go change out the water, grab myself a fresh drink if I need to, and this time, since the ad breaks are hourly, I'm getting a 360 of the model in the light box once every hour. Try and stitch together for a little short form video later on. Getting back into the model, we're just going to make a 50-50 non-loyal Agrax shade mix. Just in the well here. 1, 2, 3. I think that was. Let's go one more. Agrax better. Stick with the same brush. Looks good. Hit that chainmail all over. Chainmail is the one place where washes are really the perfect go-to. And we come back up, we're not quite going to dry brush, we're still going to use a standard brush, but we're going to be just catching the edges, almost like a dry brush. The mic here, we'll hit it with the hairdryer so we can get straight back into the chainmail. Starting out Same old with the gunmetal grey already on the palette. Let's see if I can open up what's there. Just get him a bit on the brush. And very lightly running down on the top. That's the nail. That's all it needs. And I'll go into the mithril. Same brush this time, almost like a dry brush. I'm going to knock the paint off the brush. Just catching the tops on a nail. When we weather, we'll hit the nail pretty heavily with some rust as well, down in the recesses. Do the same thing, silver. At this point I'm not even cleaning the previous paint off the brush. Just bumping into it. Tiny bit of shahi bone on the palette, just clean up around this belt area. Right there. I might add the rust to the chainmail now. Finish it. So return to Mornfang. A little bit of Mornfang to the palette. Decent amount of glaze medium. Thin that out. Coming down in the lower spots here, where we meet the belt. Scrag brown. Look at it. Yes. Just throw the model into the palette, but I think we're safe. Stopping smaller points with this to sell some fresher rust. Three and a half-ish hours left. I think we'll just do traditional metallics here. And we'll aim to get the weathering real nice, and the scenic base actually done. Let's go to bronze features first. Let's do that. Start with that. Dark tinny tin. Do hammered copper. Up into bronze. Maybe we'll put a bright, glorious gold highlight at the end. We'll see how we go. That water swap, thank you. Hero Fantasist. Appreciate that one. More water swaps while doing metallics is always good. Keep that fleck out of the brush. Shaking the wrong paint, we want tinny tin. She's a little blocked. just enough to explode. All this will be silver. Little details here will become bronze. This end wants to be bronze. How's your weekend treating you, hero? You're a fantasist. I'm kinda just gonna pick details here as I remember them. Trim and all that. Extra details that should be silver here. I'm not going to stress about that. Run over them again afterwards. Largely aiming it just to cover anything that hasn't seen the paint. For accidents. lots of cables. They'll all become silver. This is all trim, a waste here. Hey Goose, how you doing? Good. Good old time painting Typhus. 8.5 hours in. Still enjoying myself. Looking good, thank you. Appreciate it. How about yourself? How are you doing this weekend? We are sort of at the stage now, 8.5 hours in, where I'm normally looking to wind down stream. So, see how we go as we hit past that point in this 12-hour challenge. Feeling good so far. Silver features, but the tanks will be bronze. Take some plumbing in the copper. heavy. Just removing paint here as not to obscure a detail. Shoulder pad trim. Ooh, big mess, chat. Love that. Ooh, get out of there. Paint green again. Good. fear whenever you make a mess with the metallics though. So even after you've cleaned up, you're gonna leave metallic speck behind. So just keep washing. Hopefully it's okay. There's definitely metallic speck in that green. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'll have a look at the recess shade afterwards, try and knock it back. Should be what here? Again, there's sort of a set of tanks on the gauntlet. Copper. I'm thinking that we'll maybe just keep going, basing in all of the gunmetal as well. Maybe wash all over. Metallic, is that the go? Or recess shade it together? Showing the two metallics, yeah. before I go further, I want to fix up those greens that I done botched. We can still work this. Missing spots on the spikes here. Missing entire areas like that. I must be getting a little bit tired, so be wary of that. Oh, Microsoft. I've been locked in. We've got a beauty spin and a happy accident. Right, alright. Happy accident's great timing. We're actually finished up a lot of the details and we can hit some weathering with that happy accident. Sick, a lot of progress. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, pretty happy. We're almost on the 9-hour mark. Alright, happy accidents. Let's get some big old drips of rust. We had more thing going before for rust drips. Let's do it. Start pumping the happies. It's not the worst time to do it. Let's get below this pipe that we're gonna do in steel. Nice little pretty boy rust there. Up the medium. Just run it out a bit. And I appreciate you, Dr. Mullickstein. Let's replicate that. Let's say that this is a leaky pipe and armour on both sides. Something faulting on the armour, leaking both ends. Rust drip out of it. Assume some sort of weathering coming out of this tank then. This tank is actually running in such a direction that we can get a little drip at the back here. So for all the new viewers, Happy Accidents is a redeem for channel points for paint drops. And I will add bit of a splodge somewhere, something that needs to be turned into weathering. Now when that happens early on, it tends to be a splodge and stay a splodge for a while. Points like this, you're actually gonna see the results. It turns into weathering. That one, Microsoft, we're going to weather the whole legs and lower half before we get back into the metallics. Honestly, that one is the change of pace I need to wake me up. The other one's a good little break up. Stripping down from studs as well. Back of the legs here. Focusing on the studs again. Bit of a cumulative drip across all three studs here. Back with the Scrag Bran, add some Rider Rust, so a little bit fresher, right up at the top of those drips. We'll weather the top half later. Save that out. For the double redeem, let's get you an extra beauty spinner here. Lots of rust strips down below. Getting dirty and grimy. So we're gonna go dirty and grimy on this version of Typhus, but not necessarily Nurgle's rot and disgusting. But it's 30k. So I'm gonna finish basing in all of the metallics. Return to gunmetal grey. Just some medium for the flow. Start by hitting all of the pipes. Going to hit some of the broad strokes gunmetal stuff with this brush, and then we'll step down into a size 1. We do have an ad break coming up in the next minute and a half too. So get a spin under the light box of the model while that's happening, and I'll change out the water. Myself a small snack to at that time. Ad just about to run, so I'll pause there. Alright, back from ad. Mist coming back a little bit there. Missed a bit of chat too, huh? What have we got going on? Just finished working on the lion and we have the bus to arrive, so okay. Practicing on random models. Cool. Let's check out this goblin. Oh yeah, very cool. Alrighty, let's jump back in. Try and get to a point that we're highlighting the metallics in this hour. 3 hours left. Hyped up on enough energy drink at this point, we might even go over. We'll see. See if I crash in the last bit. That's better as the belcher. I'm not using that belcher gunmetal. on the scythe blade. Tempted to kick it old school with this scythe blade and actually use Typhus corrosion. I tend to use the messy technical paints like that anymore. I used to all the time when I first started painting Death Guard, so it could be a nod to the early Death Guard I painted. Me revisit Blood for the Blood God last week, Dr. Merlickstein, and it was a pretty decent result. So maybe revisit Typhus corrosion for this blade. I used to do a Typhus corrosion, Rise of Rust. Just gonna cover that. Should be wood, cover it up. Typhus, Rise of Rust, and then I'd re-establish the metallic again. So the other question is, do I have a fresh prototype of corrosion? To guarantee the one that's open is going bad. Switch to a size 1 here, some more detail. Pipes in between. bracket. Just hitting a spin of the model to see what needs to be changed up. Anything. Some little details down below here. Just bracket holding that. I am gonna wash all over with that Num and Agrax mix. Wanna try and tie these two metallics together. This time I'm gonna hit it with more Agrax than Num. 6. Heavy on the Agrax. Two, three. As we wash this, we'll see if I've missed anything. Just took off the actual base layer. It's okay, work back up. That's it for the wash. Gonna hit it hard with a hairdryer now. Just layer back up with the same colours before we start to get a highlight in the layer. Starting with that gunmetal. 10. Just didn't see wash. It's the wash. It's not dry. Return to that. Almost at the end of the 10th hour. Definitely starting to feel the fatigue. We're going to get through Typhus. I don't know if we're going to get through the scenic base. Definitely tracking to get through Typhus. I do stream Mondays. Mini Monday. So if we don't get through the scenic base, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll bang it out, complete the model. And we'll see how far we can get tonight though. Let's actually layer up. We'll do probably the silvers first, stepping into mithril. Just dotting in along these pipes on the top side. Quite likely leave the silver highlight here for most of the model. Focus more on weathering it, adding rust, back down. hammered copper. The bronzes. About 3 minutes till the next big ad break. Which will bring us into hour 11. Hopefully hour 11 will see us finish off the metallics. Hour 12 for a bit of weathering. Step the bronze up into actual bronze. That we've got that ad just about to run, so pause there. Off for the night, Microsoft. Sick, appreciate it. Last spin for you as the ad's about to roll. Nighter. Take care. I'll catch you soon. Alright. We should all be back for Mad. You love the green. Hero. Emerald Jade. It was just a mix of the deep greens from Army Painter, starting with Guardian and working up. First time I've used that part of the line, but quite happy with it. Alright, we are into the 11th hour. Definitely tracking to get the main model done. Jump into the base tomorrow from the Triad. Yeah, so the full Triad. I went Guardian, Eternal, and Ferocious. Thought that I was going to highlight up a step further, but ended up leaving it at that. The Triad works really well for that green. Quite happy with it. Stepping up into a higher bronze here. Start to more of a highlight in. I can see and feel my painting getting sloppier here as I get more tired. This isn't a high stakes model, it's a bit of fun. Enjoy the process, so don't stress too much. Stein are coming in with that happy accident. Some form of glow. Right. I think it's time to get into the visor with the eyes then, if we're talking glow. Red or green glow? What's your preference? Red or green, and we'll sort of OSL out of the visor. Red coming up. this paint's on the palette, quickly bang through a few more spots. Make a switch to the wet palette. Actually, we could do some red glow while we're at it on these stacks here. The cooldown was running, of course. I should have had a look at that cooldown for the 12-hour stream and reduced it. That's on me. Yeah, let's give you some red glow on those stacks up top too. I think that's not something I'd planned on. That'll be pretty sweet. Alright, let's switch back to that wet palette. Run it up with the warm reds, Splendent, Legendary, Violent Vermilion. Start with the visor. Run a size 1 brush. Bit of glaze medium here. Just get full coverage with this, and then we'll start to glaze it at around past the visor. Thin. Take it a step further, we'll also do glow out of the barrel of the gauntlet. Get you your paint drops worth, get you glow in a few locations. even. I mean... Step into the legendary red. Drop down the size of the brush. Dry things out, hair dryer. Into the violent vermilion. Then we might go into yellow or orange. Take it a bit further. Let's go burning ore to inner light. these stacks nice and hot. Same with the barrel. I'm not going for heat in the eyes though, so we'll skip that. Was the what even, Dr. Willickstein, on the deleting that comment? That was just a bot. Too far down there. My brush is tired. The brushes are tired. I'm tired. We're all feeling it. We get him there. Right, let's re-establish a little bit of that creamer colour. Pale sand. give you the results. Got straight out of the visor. This is going to show better in the final images. Then glowing hot barrel. More stacks. We're going to return. Let's do a little bit of shading over the silver that's existing. It's something I can actually control, so just pure black. See how that looks, and we might be into straight up weathering that point. How much time do I spend on a mini like this? Really depends. A mini of this size, probably a little bit more than this amount of time, a little bit more than the 12 hours, but not in a single session like this, maybe 18 hours or so. Across 2 or 3 sessions. But the bigger minis, like we've been working on the gash, that's 100 hours or so across many sessions. This stream is actually to break up Nagash because I've been working on him for a month and a half now. Kinda been streaming the same thing in and out every weekend. So this is sort of the interlude, working on Typhus. Doing the 12-hour marathon on him. Change of pace. I'm definitely not a speed painter, that's for sure. Just take my time and enjoy it. Right, I am more pleased with the silver after knocking it all back. An hour and a half left. I can definitely get this guy done in that time. Let's bust back into some rust. Let's change out this wet palette pad. Into hour 12, can we pumped up huge on the followers tonight? We're at 76. Any chance, chat, we can hit 80 for the 12-hour marathon? Certainly slowing down, maybe not. Gonna hit the rust both on the gunmetal as well as all over the armour. Top side, we did rust on the legs earlier. Plenty of glaze medium for this. building up the rust around the base of the scythe here. Have a look at some of the studs, give them a bit of a drip. Getting into Scrag Bran to freshen up some of that rust. Yeah, trying to go for rust or dust, just weathering. Really, rust I'm working at from the metal and at from the studs. So we'll go a bit brighter here with the Scrag Bran. If I'm really feeling it, we'll hit an actual orange in some of the spots. No worries. Into the scythe. Really go thicker around the studs. Streak a little bit along here. Just trying to be uneven in texture. For the scythe, we will go up to orange. Go up to Fire Dragon Bright. Just dot that in a few other areas, specifically on the metal, not on the armor. As we step away from this, get into some verdigris on all of the copper. I need a moment to sit back and look at the model for myself. See where we're at. Scythe needs work on the metallic. Happy with the armor overall. Shouldn't take the weathering on the armor much further than it has. Do it. Might knock back the top of that visor a little bit. Work on scythe, work on the top of the visor, and verdigris. silver. Just get the edge of this scythe nice and sharp. Last dead break of the stream are coming up in 2 minutes, which will bring us nicely into hour number 12, which we can spend pretty much just on Vertigo. Having managed time pretty well. 12 hours start to finish. Of course, the scenic base we'll have to touch on tomorrow for Mini Monday. Quick, pop some of these paints away. Is it over for today? No. I'm just doing a bit of tidy up before I hit the next step. We've got another hour left for today. We're just about to hit an ad break. Done a bit of tidy as we head into the final hour. So I had stuff everywhere. Need to sort my brain out. Alright, got an ad coming up. I'm gonna get a beauty spin of the model here. And grab a drink. We are back and we are officially in hour 12 of Typhus. This is the home run. We're just gonna add a bit of verdigris to the brass and then I'll just go through and look for any small touches to finalise. Then I got myself a nice celebratory glass of wine to finish up the last hour on. Been waiting for that one. Haven't touched the wine this stream. But 12 hours I think is deserving of a glass. Alrighty. So verdigris. Gonna go a bit of control. I'll go acrylchemy and gas blaster green. I actually use verdigris paints. Love to see the evolution like that. Yeah, so the plan, if you want to see the evolution, is to stitch together. I've got a beauty spinner the model in the light box once every hour, so it might take me a minute to edit it together. We'll do an hourly update, showing the hour in the top corner. Put all of those spins in, stitch in a little bit of the painting out of the recordings from the stream here too. I'll have a look at the recordings too if I've held the model at least somewhat close to the center. Might just grab a time lapse of the 12 hours as well. So I'm just adding watered down acrylchemy, watered down glaze medium to down. Just to sell as verdigris. I tend not to like the chalkiness of verdigris technical paints. I used to use them a lot. On the bronze, yeah, exactly. So we build up that oxidized look on all of the copper and bronze. goes heavily into the recesses. This area on the back. Run it a bit lighter towards the front of the model. Just on the base of the spikes, but not in that actual recess down there. Plan or an idea, vision in mind before painting my mini, or do I improvise as I go along? I improvise a lot, to be honest. I used to plan a lot more, especially when I had less paint. Obviously, I had to plan and buy what I would need. Now that I have a couple drawers full of paint, I kind of make decisions on the fly. I have I suppose, a image of my mind of what I'm going to do. But I don't stick to a rigid plan, no. I find the painting process more enjoyable if I don't have a rigid palette to stick to. I don't love painting armies for that reason. Sort of locked into one palette. Yeah, mainly a vision. Mainly a vision, and you know, right now we're painting Death Guards, so it's just a variation on box art with slightly different tones and saturation. I just have an idea of where I want to take it. I knew that this armour, I wanted to start with a nice warm morphing brown that would then tie into the Rustulator, rather than the very stark white with a lot of the Heresy era box art for Death Guard. Things like the greens, I just made decisions on the fly. It's good to have a plan when you're starting out though, and then the more you paint, the more you'll find you can make those decisions on the fly based off previous experience. And the more rules you can break, the more experience you have. Alright, go into Gas Blaster Green. Just make some of that verdigris really nice and fresh. Where does this stand between so the technical paint that I say is chalky is Nylic Oxide? I think it really does run between the two paints I'm running here. Experience play a lot. Yeah. Yeah. And the more you experiment, the more you'll learn. You may not be happy with the results of some experimentation, but it's all learning for the next project. It's always a learning curve, absolutely. I tend to say too that you should try, especially when you're first starting out with every mini, to experiment with something new, to try and at least have a crack at a new technique and learn something new every not every project, but every couple projects. And you'll find as you experiment that some techniques you just don't like, they're not for you, and that's okay. Now you've learnt them, but you don't have to use them all the time, and others you pick up and go, that's the one for me, that's what I want to be doing all the time. And things you pick up and learn that you love, they become that part of your toolbox in the top drawer that you access all the time. And the other bits and pieces, you may only use them once in a blue moon, but they're still in your toolbox after you've experimented once or twice. You don't have to be an expert in everything. The things you're going to become an expert in are the things that you enjoy doing more. fear that I'm going to take this verdigris too far. So I might stop myself there. Anything that happens now needs to happen out of this glaze pool, just to make light changes. Let's take a look. Add a metallic varnish over that red, the glow, some of the metallic effect. Let's do that. We're pretty much there, we're just refining at this point. Grab some satin varnish. Throw down a good amount of that. This silver on the palette over here. Grab some of that, work it into the satin varnish. We end up with a clear varnish with a little bit of metallic speck in it. And where we did this bit of glow before, can reintroduce the metallic hook over the barrel, just a bit of speck. And then the same around base of these stacks here. What point do I know it's over? Because I have to know when to say stop, don't I? I'm really bad at that. I am really bad at calling it a day. That said, I think we're about to call it a day on this one. So you're knowing that every step that you want it to get done is done. And I've done all of the weathering that I wanted to get done, because I didn't intend on doing any sort of rot on this one. It's never over. I think that's true, that it's never over. Even when you put the model down and call it finished, you're always going to pick it up and look at things that you could have done better, but there's a point at which you stop. So it may never truly be finished, but there's a point that you do stop working on it. So for me right now, every step that I intended to get done is done. And now I'm just looking over the model for any small improvements to make. I think I'm good. 11.5 hours. I think that's the main model done. I might add a little bit of highlight right there, shaggy bone layer. It's very dark underneath. Shadow, but it shouldn't be that much shadow up there. Do I come back maybe after a week or a year? I have done. I have come back to early models quite a while later, reworked them. It's a tough thing to do sometimes because your favourite skills and techniques change over time, so when you come back to it, you're coming back to work that's very different to what you would currently do. I'm going to add just a little bit of your shaggy bone. So I'm just talking the underside here. Right here. It's pretty dark and sad down there. It is an open off area for light to catch, so bring it up just a bit. It's also important to walk away. I may come back to the sky tomorrow when I go to do the base and see a few small bits that I want to improve. Definitely 12 hours in, I don't have the best perspective right now. So coming back a day or a week later can often be a good thing. Said for a one-day project. Perspective I do have with how tired I am. I'm stoked. It's a pretty good looking model so far. Or at least it's ready to go down onto size base to play my local game, Scenic base itself needs work. So I'll post tonight at least the final result, a nice spin into the Discord if anyone wants to check it out. And awesome job, Gabarocky, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, we'll post a better spin into the Discord. White's not easy. You know, white's not easy. I have always enjoyed doing white. I started out early on, switched from the Putrid Choir to the Pallid Hand with Death Guard, and have done off-white for a while. I enjoy it. Definitely gotta start dark rather than start light and shade down. Am I a masochist? Some would say yes. So we've got the base left. Normally run a stream on Mondays called Mini Monday. If I'd gotten the base done today, we were going to jump back into Nagash, but we left that fairly open for scheduling. So we'll run up the base tomorrow, and if I have any time to do to work on Nagash or any of the bits of Nagash tomorrow. In fact, maybe it's a basing stream tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we do the scenic base for Typhus here, and then we start to work on the big boy base of Nagash. Let's do basing. Monday basing. This boy's all black. Nice base, where is it from? This is actually the base that comes with the Heresy era Typhus. There's your box art just there. The green I've used makes it really stand out. Thank you. Yeah, we've definitely gone a tone of brighter than box art with the green. I'm pretty happy with it. I always like a bit more saturation in anything. Keep it bright, even if it is grimdark. I don't really know where I'm going to head with this base. It is it's largely just concrete with a bit of metallic trim. What we might do tonight to get an idea of what the details really are is give it an all-over wash. Last little bit for the night. Let's hit up the umber wash from the lake. This stuff gets real chalky. Oh, I'll try it. We're gonna paint over. Nice big size 7. Honestly, I'm going to apply wash straight to the base here. Try and reveal some of the detail ready for tomorrow. Brush. I love the size 7 big brushes. I did a huge amount of the blending on Nagash's cloak with a brush this big. As long as you keep your tip nice. It's plenty you can do with a bigger brush. So I think that's the plan. I'll be back on tomorrow. Mini Monday for tomorrow will be dedicated to basing. So the plan with the base for Nagash is to do a water base, heavily influenced by the dead marshes in Lord of the Rings. The skulls set on the base facing upwards. Been experimenting a little bit with UV resin. So we're yet to actually get the base for Nagash painted before we hit it with the resin. We've done a fair bit of experimentation with resin pools so far. So we'll bang through this base, and then we might start to get Nagash's base painted and ready for that resin pool. So I'm just revealing detail to myself with this wash. It's largely like the Zenithal sort of highlight just from a rattle can that I've applied to the base. It's all just about being able to see what details here and what I need to work on. And we'll keep it somewhat muddy. Don't I ever use an airbrush? I do. In fact, Typhus, before I got started today, had a light zenithal highlight from the airbrush. Rarely do what I usually use the airbrush to prime, base, give a zenithal highlight and give myself a guide. Rarely does anything that's airbrushed actually make its way into the final product for me. Excluding my knights, I find to achieve a nice clean yellow on the Imperial Knights, the airbrush is the best thing for that. But on the last Knights we did, on the Knights of Lyrax, I still worked back in and did all of the blacks by blending. I think I did a wet blend with them. Airbrush is a nice way to get quick results and understand how lighting is going to hit the model. I don't actually love the way it looks for the final result most of the time. Am I weird? I'd actually rather have some brush streaks or texture in the model than look airbrushed. It's some level of my own weirdo. For terrain, actually, I will do fully airbrushed. Airbrushed with a bit of a wash on terrain. contrasts through the airbrush for Nurgle terrain has been good fun. Alright, so this has given me an idea. There's a lot more metal detail on this base. And I realised it's not all just concrete. So there will be quite a bit of basing, picking out details to be done. See how we go. We'll leave that to dry for tomorrow. The dry brush after the wash. We might dry brush tomorrow. It has sort of homogenised the whole look, so maybe we don't need to do a ton of basing tomorrow. Just dry brush and then pick out details. That's what I want to come back to with fairly fresh eyes, to be honest. Oh yeah. I think for Typhus that brings us to an end. Just shy of that 12 hours. But for everyone new watching, just grab Nagash and show you what we've been working on for the past bit over a month. This is the big boy himself. This is what all the time has been going into. Just a few more bits to be done for final assembly. Sword and scabbard, the staff and the head. And the base. And for the base, this is probably the most successful experiment so far with a resin pour. This is sort of where I'm headed with it. The base here, we've got all the skulls facing up. Tried to represent all of the armies of death there, well, excluding Nighthaunt because there's the spirits on the Gash himself. So we'll do a sort of stagnant water base for him. Love. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. So we'll get back into Nagash next weekend, next Sunday. Got a final couple bits. And we'll make tomorrow a basing stream. This one and Nagash's base we'll get into. So mini Mondays I usually jump in at 2:30. I may jump in sooner, we'll see how we go. Just gonna jump over on Discord. I can see we have a number of new Mooncake. What's going on? Joining in right at the end. Great to see you. Combat Wombats has dropped a bit in the disc. We've also got a very cool Umbreon. Let's take a moment to share. Had dinner with the mates. Awesome, awesome. Good Sunday. Typhus looks amazing. Appreciate you. Yeah, it was a pretty good success for the 12 hours. I didn't get the base done. The base has work to go, but we got the main boy done. Started at 12 p.m. Yeah, we're almost at midnight now. Screen cap. Discord? Yes. Oh. Why not Discord? So this was simple little 3D print posted by, this would have been Bladesmith. Very cute Umbreon. And then Combat Wombats has been back at the Dryads and definitely some improvement. I really like the high contrast of the black skin over the white bark red. Good. It's a long sesh. Here it has been. I'm pretty much done with him, but I'm a little bit hyped up on the energy drinks now. I only had 2, but the last one was probably too late in the night. Starting the airbrushing. Gotta print a bunch of extra trees for cutting back this one. Starting the airbrushing with all that fresh paint that you picked up. Have you done some experiments? Found the one that you're going with? Kind of. Definitely had a big old box of paint going. Just gonna hang out for a bit as we get into this last bit of the hour. Have a look through, see who we can raid out to. Yeah. None of the homies around. Post what you ended up with, need to experiment a little more. Cool. You got some sprue or something that you're experimenting on before it hits the model, or straight up going to town? Skits. Automod held that one for dummies. So they become, you've got a bunch of spare parts from other ones, so they become your testing parts. Yeah, awesome, awesome. That's the plan for the nights actually, because I want to have a play with freehanding, so we might do a bit of freehanding just on some spare parts. With the next lot of nights, I really want to freehand like some detail art rather than just heraldry. Want to do a detailed sort of semi-realistic hawk. So I've got some spare shoulder pads and stuff, and we'll have a play with that at some point. But yeah, having spare bits is always helpful. Indeed, indeed. Ladies and gents, I'll get a nice beauty spin of this guy in the light box, post it into the Discord, and I might hang out over in the Discord for a little bit longer since I'm hyped up on the energy drinks. But let's raid out before we hit an ad. We're going ad in about 5 minutes. Gonna raid out to the Wraith WA here, I think. So we're painting a vehicle with some very clean edge highlights. Looks nice. I'll be over in the disc where just starting to run out and raid. Thanks for sticking with me tonight all. I'll be back tomorrow.